Welcome to the 2014 Enter the Den. Before we really get things started, I'd like to first thank all of the 2014 supporters that are here, and that are not here, of course. Starting with the City of Thunder Bay and the CEDC, the TD Canada Trust, Northern Ontario Credit Union, the BDO, Whitewater Golf Club, Jones & Associates, the Nishnabee ASCII Development Fund, Bradley Mays, Copperfin Credit Union, the RBC, Ambassadors Northwest, Grant Thornton, T-Baytel, the BDC, and the Northwestern Ontario Capital Network, and of course the kind support from the Thunder Bay Public Library and Volunteer Thunder Bay. And of course, a very special thank you to NetNewsLedger.com, who is graciously providing this streamed online for everyone to see. So those that cannot attend the proceedings today will at least be able to see it online in the future. So moving forward, yes. I'd like to thank the judges, both those that presided over the semifinals up until now, and I'd like to introduce those quickly. First, they're not here today, or at least most of them are not here today, but those include Wendy McKay, Wayne Fletcher, Medora Mahonsky, and Lori Desmond. Those that are here today, now I'm just going to ask you just to stand up. We have a very narrow band here for walking, so as I call your name, if you can just stand up and be acknowledged. Shelby Chung of the Unveiled Bridal Boutique. Deandra Singh. Philip Bistrican, who is a Churchill High School student and the owner of Bistrican Apps. Chris Innes, small business advisor at the TD Bank. And Kathy Banning. Now, I'd also like to acknowledge the steering committee members, and I also, if you don't feel bad if you don't know what that is, I had to ask what a steering committee is too. Turns out, just a planning committee. I'd like to just name those and thank them for their support for this event. Johnny DeBaker, Barb De Silva, Medora Monsky, Michael Beggs, Wayne Fletcher, Lori Desmond, Casey Kerber, Deandra Singh, one of our judges, Wendy McKay, and Royden Potvin. Thank you. Okay, so let's get and move forward with our first finalist, who's here today. I'd like to introduce Ellisa Field, who's has a very innovative business. And it's one of those business ideas that you hear and you think, well, why didn't I think of that? She's coming up to let us know about her business, Pet Parking. Ellisa?
Great. So, good afternoon, everyone. I would first like to start my presentation by saying thank you. I would like to say thank you to Thunder Bay Ventures for this opportunity for young entrepreneurs. I would also like to say thank you to the judges for giving up their valuable time this afternoon, and the sponsors of Enter the Den. So I am Ellisa Field, and I am a Superior High School student, and I am also the owner and operator of Pet Parking. So I'd like to start off with a little bit of a story. This is a picture of me and my dog. My dog's name is Gracie, and she is a golden doodle. And she is one of my favorite, I like to say people, but beings in the world. So a part of our daily routine is going on walks. And one day, my mom sent me a text message asking me if I could pick up some milk for her. And I walked to the store, and I was with my dog, and I realized that what was I going to do with her? I could tie her up outside, but she's too cute. She could get stolen. I could walk back home, which would take a lot of time, or I could call a friend, and none of these options really seem viable. So I realized that these are problems that other pet owners face. So these problems include tying up your dog, leaving your dog in the car, or leaving your dog at home. So when you tie up your dog outside, as I said before, there's the potential for your dog to get stolen. Your dog could potentially run away and get loose. And also, if your dog bites anyone, you are personally liable for your pet. Next is leaving your dog in the car. We all know that in the summer, weather is amplified in the car, especially when it's hot. So this negatively affects your dog. Next, if you do have a little bit of a rowdy dog or other pet, they could potentially wreck or cause destruction inside your vehicle, seatbelts, other things, costing you money. Lastly is that people do not need to walk everywhere. As part of a healthy lifestyle, it's good to get out and walk. And even if you drive to the store and you leave your car running for your dog, it's still emitting emissions into the environment. And lastly is leaving your dog at home, which unfortunately is the option that many pet owners choose. When you leave your dog at home, of course, if you do, as I said before, have a rowdy pet, this could cause potential destruction to your home. And also, by leaving your pet at home, you are not supporting a healthy lifestyle by having the potential to get out with your dog and exercise your dog, but also you're not increasing your companionship. By spending more time with your pet, you are creating a better relationship. So this is how we landed on our solution of pet parking. So Deborah, would you like to play the video for me? It's just in the bottom right-hand corner. Oh, no, back. So just in the, left-hand corner. It should come up. Okay, so pet parking is a secure pet crates outside of popular venues where an individual can lock up their pet and run their errands while the pet owner knows that their animal is safe and secure. So here is just our prototype. This is a little bit of a SketchUp. So this is our mock-up prototype. Our prototype features a graded system at the front and the back so that air can move freely in and out, but no children's fingers or anything can get inside. Next, we have the green circle on the top is a solar fan. This fan regulates the temperature and kicks on automatically when it gets to a certain temperature, and there's also a backup battery. Next is we have an elevated floor, which you cannot see, but the elevated floor is just about an inch up, and it has a drain so that if anything, it makes it easier to clean and that things can drain out easily. And next, as you can see, we have advertising. So not only do people rent the unit for their dog, but we sell advertising on the sides of the units to have 2 revenue streams. So next is our key locking system. This locking system is similar to ones that you would find at amusement parks or bus lockers. So you put the coin in, you get the key out. The key, if it is lost, we do have backup keys in all stores that have the units out. Shipping costs are about $90, once again totaling at $594.53. So since this idea is new, I would just like to show the video one more time. Deborah, could you play the video for me again? Deb, could you play the video one more time? Thank you. So just to show you, it's outside of a popular venue. It's a little bit larger than it would be. It wouldn't be in such a large unit, but it is large enough to fit all pets, and it is in a high traffic area, which would be well lit. So there are many benefits to using our product. The first benefit is that it encourages a healthy lifestyle by enabling you to walk freely with your pet. Next is that it increases your companionship. By being with your pet more often and being able to go more places, you will start to increase your relationship by spending more time together. Next is that it's environmentally friendly. Once again, by not using your car, and you will not be emitting emissions into the environment, and it will be healthier and safer. Next is that it is safe and secure. So no one can get in and out of the unit without the use of the key, and nothing can be put inside except your dog. Next is that it is clean and well-maintained. As part of our brand equity, we really want to make sure that we provide the best possible prototype and that it's the cleanest and safest for all pets and pet owners. Next is that it is endorsed. By giving this product free of charge to businesses, they will endorse our product because it gives them more access to their market, especially the walking market and quick purchases. And lastly is that it's convenient. It provides pet owners with a convenience to go to a store and freedom to move seamlessly from walking outside with their pet to going into Tim Hortons and getting a coffee or other things like that. So our target market is people with pets, mainly dogs. Some people do walk their cats, so that is also an option. Walkers mainly, and people who do drive to stores, who do not want to leave their pet in the car. And lastly, store visitors. By offering advertising on the sides of the units, everyone is affected by the advertising when they walk into the store. So advertising is a big part of our business plan. Since it is a new idea, we would like to have a lot of exposure to make consumers feel very comfortable with our idea. So we're going to join the Chamber of Commerce to network with business owners and hopefully encourage them to spark some interest in our product and get our product out in front of their business. Next, we're going to advertise with the local magazines, Bayview and the Bay Walleye magazine. Lots of people in Thunder Bay read this magazine and they are high in circulation. Next, we would like to advertise at trade and pet shows and the local market. Lots of people who attend the local market are environmentally conscious and prefer a healthier and safer environment. And so we think that advertising to this group of people would be very beneficial. And also pet shows because these people have pets and we would like them to feel comfortable with our product and be recognizable to them. We're also going to advertise with the companies. So as part of our advertising budget is flyers. So if a company has a weekly flyer, we'd like to put our flyer in with theirs. And so it can get circulated with their product. And lastly, we have a website. Our website is petparking.ca. And on this website, we plan on featuring the engineering of our product, testimonials by a veterinarian, and testimonials from consumers. Also, we would like to feature how-to videos on our website. So improving our product. It's very important to us that our prototype is the best possible product for the pet and pet owners. So right now we're working with different discussion groups, such as business owners and pet owners. Also, we have a veterinarian on our board, which is Paula Field. We also have an engineer working with us to build our product, as you saw the sketch up before that was done by Greg Field. And also, we have our product endorsed by Norman the Old English Sheepdog. He is a Thunder Bay famous pet, and he is big on social media and is endorsing our product for us. So here's our startup costs. Our startup costs are $10,000, $10,314. So just to run through it here, the workplace safety and insurance is $100. The cost of 10 units, which we plan on starting our business with, is about $5,000 over there. The cost of employees for the first 30 days is $410. Vehicle fuel, $100. Tools that we don't already have, $100. The advertising budget is $3,000. This budget, although seems very large, we want to have all of it secure and ready in the startup so that we can secure our spots in these magazines to introduce the idea. And our permits and inspections, it costs $75 to have a kennel permit. And lastly is advertising paid to the city. So in Thunder Bay, it is required that you pay a signage fee. For every 1 meter squared of advertising you have, there's a $23 cost. And so for each unit, it's about 1 meter squared per side times 2 times 10 units. So that costs $460. Totaling again at $10,314. So our revenue, as I mentioned before, we have 2 revenue streams. One is from the renting of the space, and the other is from advertising that we sell on the sides. So the prices, renting the space costs $1 flat fee. This fee comes from the cost of parking in Thunder Bay, which is what we compared it to. And then advertising is $200 a month. We came up with this fee by comparing it to other advertising costs, mainly buses, which cost about $360 a month. We figured that although the space is smaller, there is going to be high traffic. So we believe that $200 is a good price. So here's our income statement. In May, we believe to have everyone use our unit twice per day, so each unit will be used 2 times per day, and we expect to sell 50% of our advertising in May, 75% in June, and July and August 100%. So in May, we have $2,560 in sales, June $3,560, and July and August $4,560, totaling at, oh, I can't really see that, over there it's about $15,000. And then our expenses are $11,000. So if you can see below, our profit after the 4 months would be about $3,500. The red here, we have a carry forward, and our payback period is 3.5 months on our initial investment. Oh, sorry. So if we carry this forward, over the winter months, we don't expect people to really use the units as much in the winter since people will not be walking as much. So we still expect to sell full of our advertising, which would be $4,000, and we averaged out about $1,000 expenses per month, which would be $3,000 in profit before taxes, totaling at $27,403 in profit for the year before taxes, which is a 274% return on investment. So here's our net cash statement. If you go through it, instead of paying myself back over the 3.5 month period, I intend to pay myself back with $1,000 per month and keep as much money in the business as possible. So by doing this, it's for contingency purposes and to minimize the risk of being undercapitalized. We also would like to invest a lot of money in research and development and to add units. So this is the unique business proposition. We are offering a safe and secure place for a pet that complements the retail establishment and provides pet owners with freedom while generating revenue through parking fees and advertising. So now, when Gracie and I go for a walk, we can walk confidently, safely, and securely. Next time we go to grab a bag of milk. Pet parking. Secure and safe for your pet. Thank you.
Oh, so the judges have questions then.
Hi. Ooh, it's loud. Sorry. Hi, thanks for that presentation. That was wonderful. You did a very nice business plan as well that was presented to us in advance. I did have a couple of questions regarding the presentation this morning, and hopefully you'll be able to give us some answers. And maybe I'll ask the 3 questions that I have first, and then you can address them after. So the first question is related to your rental customers. I just wanted to find out if you had defined who your rental customers will be, and if you had actually done any market analysis and talked to any of the potential customers that you had in mind. Secondly, with those rental customers, I was wondering if you did any sort of cost analysis, or if who would be covering the expense of creating the artwork that goes on the display, so, and weather resistancy and all that kind of stuff for that kind of artwork, because the rental income to me at first glance looks quite low if you have to cover all of those expenses. And lastly, in your expenses and your workman's compensation comments, you didn't really address the winter months. And so at first I thought that this was just a seasonal business. When you spoke just now, you talked about the winter months and the low volumes that you expect over those times. So I was wondering if you incorporated in costs in your maintenance budget for snow removal and making sure that the area is clean.
Okay, so the first question, sorry, could you just repeat that one more time? The first question was?
Sure, it was related to who your target customers are and if you did any market studies with them and got feedback from any of the potential customers.
Well, we have talked to potential customers. Most of our target market is really younger, walking individuals with pets. So mainly between the ages of 25, 45. We have talked a lot with these pet owners. Their main concern is around cleanliness and the space for their pet, and they do seem very interested. They think that it's a very good idea, and it gives them a lot more freedom.
Sorry, what about the rental customers for the ad revenue?
Okay. So the rental customers, mainly what we're going to do with regards to pricing and costs there is that the cost just comes from, the $200 is just for the renting of the space, so they have to come up with their own artwork and all of that. And then lastly, that $1,000 in expenses per month will cover the snow removal and the maintenance and other fees such as that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Shelby from Unveiled Bridal Boutique. I have a few questions and a couple comments for you. Could this pet crate be used for other things?
I wouldn't want it to be used for other things. People mainly want it to be used for their pets. They want to know that it is safe and secure and open for pets, it's not for humans at all.
Okay, so I can't stick my nephew in it or anything.
Yeah, no, you can't. It's not a daycare.
I was just thinking more like if people are doing shopping and they wanted to then go for a walk before they head home, use it as a storage locker, but...
Well, I think the design is mainly for pets. It wouldn't be a very good storage facility.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see the picture of it in your business plan, and I just imagine like stackable kennels kind of, and little dogs. And, a question, what would you do if a pet died in one?
Well, we do have product liability insurance. Also, on the inside of our crate, we have a liability waiver stating that we are not personally responsible for your pet and that it is the owner's responsibility. So we do have product liability insurance if that were to happen.
Okay. Have you looked into purchasing the .com for your website?
Yes, we just purchased we don't have the .com, we have the .ca. So we have petparking.ca, secured.
Have you looked into the .com?
Yes, it is $2,500.
Gotcha. The only reason why I mentioned that is because for my business, I did not buy the .com. And then about a year after I opened, somebody else bought the .com and has the exact same business, but in the States. But obviously mine's better, but yeah, it really, I tell everybody now, buy the .com if you can. But $2,500 is pretty steep, so. What would you do for abandoned pets? Would there be some sort of signage on the crate, a phone number they could call?
Yes, we do have a 1-800 number, and just as shopping carts are incorporated in inspections from stores, we expect that stores will also inspect the crates and call the 1-800 number. We also plan on partnering with the local and Canadian Humane Society to get them on board and have our 1-800 number also connected to their number if that were to happen, if someone was to leave their pet inside.
Okay, and I have two comments. One is, have you ever looked into applying for a grant? I know that NOHFC has recently gone to more of a manufacturing spin, and I think your business would fit really well into that. And the second comment is that, have you considered possibly creating an app for your pet crates? I know this goes right up your alley, because I carry my cell phone around, and as a person who I walk my dogs, I'm like, oh, I need to get milk. Which store around here has a pet crate?
Yeah, that is definitely something that we have considered. We also feature a map on our website of where all the locations are. So if you do have your smartphone, you could see where it was. So we would like to have an app. Also, in the future of our product, in bigger cities, since Thunder Bay is a little bit of a tougher market, we do plan on changing our locking system. Our locking mechanism would be electronic and the use of a credit card. So instead it would be attached to your credit card or smartphone, and you could transfer payments that way.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. That was really awesome. I can't wait until it's out there and I can walk my dog to the grocery store. I don't know how many times I've wanted to do that. I can't. So this is perfect. I'm really excited about your idea. A couple things. I think that you might, the stores you're placing it at, they would be willing to pay to put those units in. I know within walking distance of my house, there's 3 grocery stores. I would definitely go to the one with the pet crates, and that would be increased revenue for them. I don't know if you're gonna, like, I looked at the advertising, I don't know if it might be difficult to get that advertising. Buses are kind of all over
Yeah.
town, right in people's space. So I think the real revenue would be the rentals. You could also sell, like, patent this unit and sell them elsewhere, and you wouldn't even have to manage it. And you could pay the stores whatever the cost was to put the units in.
Yes, in our future plans, we would like to still have some units, maybe sign a contract with the city, and then sell units to franchises, to sell units to stores, and then collect royalties off of the units themselves.
Yeah, you could
Yeah.
sell units to the stores.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I think that's an awesome idea. I'm really excited about it.
Thank you very much.
I think it's going to be huge, so yeah, good going.
Thank you.
Okay, I really like the idea, and there was just one sort of situation that I was thinking about. So in the hot summer months, even though it has the fan, the dog still might get very thirsty, and so is there going to be any kind of idea to have water in the cage or something like that to help them out?
Well, typically when we talk to pet owners, when they go on a trip or if they're walking with their pet, it's about a 15-minute time that the max that they will go shopping for. So usually in that time period, dogs won't need water, but you're right, in the hot summer months, that could be an option. But we do plan on trying to keep it as cool as possible in the crate using the solar paneled fans, for sure.
Thank you.
Ooh. Thank you. Good. All right, thank you very much.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Okay, before we move on to the second finalist, I'd like to call up Lexi Penko from the Entrepreneur Center, who has a few words.
On behalf of the Thunder Bay and District Entrepreneur Center, we wanted to welcome everybody to this exciting new event celebrating young entrepreneurs in our community. My name is Lexi, and my role at the CEDC is to help clients through the Entrepreneur Center with things like web development and digital media. We're very excited to partner with Thunder Bay Ventures to help put this event on, and very excited about youth entrepreneurship in our community. If you have any questions about the other programs that we do, feel free to follow up with us this afternoon. Special thank you to Royden Potvin and Deborah Poole-Hoffman for all their work in coordinating this event. And congratulations to all of the finalists, and we very much look forward to the presentations this afternoon.
Okay, we're going to take a short 20-minute break while we prepare for the next finalist. Thank you. the laundry service. Please.
Go on this side. I can't. I have to stand on this side. Okay. I'm gonna pass the mic around so that I don't have to like reach over.
Sure.
Do we just take it or?
I don't know.
Okay. You wanna start? Oh, you're the one starting, remember?
Okay, hi, I'm Kyra,
And I'm Michelle.
and we are Wash, Fold, Deliver Laundry. So who here hates doing laundry? Who would love to have it all taken care of for as low as $20? Well, that's what we're here for.
We are a laundry service that does everything you will need done to your clothes. We offer a numerous amount of services. We pick up your laundry from your home or office. We wash, dry, fold, and deliver them back to you. You don't have to worry if you're not home because we have waterproof bags that we can leave at your door. Our service is perfect for busy families, business professionals, and elders. Just like you hire a maid to clean your house, you hire us to do your laundry. Our service is worry-free and available 7 days a week. Laundry machines and laundromats are often dirty and are constantly in use. Therefore, our washers are sterilized after each load. We guarantee a clean and organized working environment. Our business is unlike any others in Thunder Bay. Most places just clean your laundry, but we will pick it up and drop it off as well. We take care of the time, travel, and cleaning of your laundry for a reasonable cost.
We are Thunder Bay's only laundry delivery service, and we have a very clean working environment by sanitizing our machines between each use. We use a 10-to-1 ratio of bleach to water, and this guarantees to get rid of the germs and stains that can be left on your washing machine. We use commercial-sized washer and dryers so your laundry can be done faster. We also have a delivery van that can fit multiple bags of laundry in it so we can reduce the gas costs. And we purchase all of our supplies in bulk from Canadian Wholesale so we can save time and money. We are cleaner than a laundromat, easier than doing it yourself, and you save tons of time.
Our service is great for families, elders, business professionals, and new home buyers. If you have a big family, you probably have a lot of laundry, but not enough time to do it all. Since we have commercial washers and dryers, we can get it done quicker, and you don't have to take any time out of your day for us to do it. Also, we offer monthly payment plans for frequent customers. When you are disabled or elderly, doing laundry can be a challenge. Since we do all the heavy lifting and scrubbing, you don't have to worry at all. We are open every day from 8 a.m. till 8 p.m., so we are always here if you need us. When sharing a washer and dryer, there are many germs, and it does not fully clean your clothes. People with busy careers often have no time to do your laundry, so let us do it for you. We can help you save tons of time. Since we sterilize the machines between each load, your clothes are guaranteed clean and fresh. Our service is also perfect for new home buyers. When you first buy a home, there are plenty of upfront costs, and it requires too much money to buy a new washer and dryer. Therefore, our business is best suited for those with new homes.
So our competition, that's you.
We are located in a residential area in Thunder Bay with lots of space in our facility. Since the business is still small, we are located in the basement of my home. It is convenient and has plenty of space to keep the business organized. Most people living around us are middle-class families, and so they could really benefit from our service. Since the delivery cost depends on where you live, it is perfect for having the lowest cost for our customers. We have space to grow the business, but we'll need a new facility once the business starts to expand.
So our competition in Thunder Bay is as followed. Bob's Laundromat charges $1.25 per pound, Frank's Laundromat is $1 per pound, and Laundromat Express is $8 a load. Each place will just wash and fold your laundry, since this is the most common, and Laundromat Express will deliver it back to you, but they won't pick up your laundry. But their prices can become very expensive because they just run like a taxi, so it just depends how far away you live from them. And then Frank's Laundromat will press your clothes for anywhere between $2 and $3.75 per item. But we do it all in our one facility, so you don't need to take any time out of your day.
Our delivery charge is $10 for pickup and drop-off if you're in the area. We cover most of Thunder Bay, and the highest price that I can be is $20. Steaming is also an extra charge. It is $3 per item, or 2 for $5, compared to Frank's Laundromat, where they will press or iron your clothes for $2 to $3.75, depending on the item. We estimated a weekly sales revenue of $1,365. Due to the reason that our company is very unique, a vast amount of people will likely want to try our service. In this map, the black circle represents our $10 pickup and drop-off delivery charge, and the red circle represents our $20 maximum delivery charge. This is our weekly sales revenue estimation. After conducting research, we calculated an average of 5 customers per day, each averaging 10 pounds of laundry, which will give us a total revenue of $350. Steaming will also get us a total of $175, and delivery will give us $840. Altogether, this will give us $1,365 of revenue. As well, this chart shows a 10% increase in revenue and a 5% increase in expenses per year. Expenses include water, detergent, electricity, gas for a car, insurance, wages, advertising, and fleecy sheets. We calculated an income of $2,277 in the first year.
So since we are a new company, we're going to need advertising to get our company out there. So the first way is we're going to deliver flyers, and we decided that we were going to do this every 3 months for the first year. And this is just going to attract customers and just let them know that we're here in Thunder Bay. So Thunder Bay media distributors will deliver 1,000 flyers for $40, and their Thunder Bay area consists of about 36,000 deliveries, so it would cost $1,440 per month. Another way is through social media, and we decided to go with Facebook for our main social media, since this is where most adults and elderly are on. And then we have a website, so we are on the internet, so when you search laundromats in Thunder Bay, we will come up, and then it's just an easier way of finding stuff out about us. So for our Facebook page, you can find everything that you need to know. It has where we're located, our hours of operation, how much it costs, and just all about the laundry service. And we have a contest going on where if you share our site with your friends, that you can win a free wash and dry. And this is going to be a really good way of advertising, because if your friend shares a page with you, you're going to want to believe them rather than if there was an advertising. And then our website, it only costs us $3.15 for the first year through GoDaddy.com. And so it has 4 links to it. It has the About Us page that shows just like all about us, just like what our company is and stuff like that. And then it has our prices, so you don't need to like phone and take time on your day. You can just quickly search it on the internet. And then it has all the contest details where you can enter your email. So we can send you stuff about our company and just notify you like when we have like special promotions. And then the Contact Us page is going to show like our phone number, so you can book appointments and just stuff like that. And then the last way of keeping our customers loyal to us, we have a loyalty card. And so this is great for elders and big families because it's just like couponing, so you save some money. So every 8 washes, you're going to get 1 free, and this will just ensure our customers will want to keep on coming back to our service rather than somebody else.
Basic supplies that we need include telephone, laundry bags, clothes hangers, laundry detergent, and bleach. A telephone is already available for use, and laundry bags can be purchased online. Clothes hangers can be purchased online for $60 and 10 pounds of laundry detergent for $12. Bleach will also be $3.77.
So for employees, it's just going to be the two of us until it grows. Just until we can't handle it anymore, then we will pay to get more people. And then as far as insurance goes, the home and car insurance is already covered since it's Michelle's home and car. So that just means that we have really low startup costs.
There are, of course, risks involved when starting a new business. As the supplies we need increase, we will also increase the price of our service. We will be sure to increase a reasonable amount to ensure that both our customers are satisfied and that our expenses remain the same. There are only a few personal risks. There is no need of heavy lifting, use of power tools, or hazardous materials. Possible risks include incorrect use of steamer or getting into a car accident when delivering laundry. To avoid this from happening, we will properly use the steamer and drive safely with car insurance in case of any possible accidents. The employee risks are similar to the personal risks. There is no need of heavy lifting, use of power tools, or exposure to toxic fumes. Possible risks for employees include, there's not very many, but in order to prevent this from happening, we will be sure that our employees are aware of the risks associated with steaming and that we will educate the employees on how to properly and safely use the washers. Possible risks for customers include ripped or stained clothes. To prevent this from happening, we will use gentle, allergen-free laundry detergent. This will ensure that the clothes are in the same shape they were in, except cleaner and fresher. We will also be cautious of customers' needs to prevent unwanted clothes from being shrunk in the dryers. We also done some research on the warranty of different laundromats, and we found that most do not provide warranty. We believe that it is best that we don't provide warranty and that customers are sending in their clothes at their own risk. After expansion, we will hire more employees to help with the procedure of washing and drying. Adding an additional washer and dryer will also be necessary because there will be more clothes to wash as the number of sales increase.
So this is what our website looks like. It just was not working. And there's the 4 links on the side, so it's really easy to navigate through our page. And then the loyalty card just looks like this. And so as you can see, once you get 8 washes, you'll get 1 free. And that also includes like the delivery will be free as well. So we believe in the upcoming success of our business, and we look forward to further expansion and improvement. We hope that you believe in us as business owners, and we would love for you to become part of the team. So go do your errands or just sit back and relax. We've got your laundry covered.
That's it.
Judges are going to have some questions for you. Okay? So judges, do you have some questions for our 2 entrepreneurs?
I just have a quick question. Great job on the presentation. Commercial washer and dryer, you already have it?
No, we don't already have it. We were just like thinking that that is what we would need to like do all of the wash that we're going to have.
Okay, so if you put it, is that part of anything you're going to do anything in the purchase of that and look into the cost of those, or are you going to start out with just a residential?
Yeah, we're thinking of just starting off with me and Michelle's washer and dryer, but then we can like purchase one if we.
As the business expands.
Okay.
Hi, it's Shelby Chung from Unveiled Bridal Boutique. I have a few questions for you. You noted in your business plan that you will be open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Why would you need these work hours if it's a delivery service?
That's just like the hours that we can come and pick up your laundry, so like anytime in between there. And then we can and we'll be delivering it back to you between those hours as well.
Okay. You mentioned in your business plan that you were looking to advertise on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. What kinds of pictures would you be putting on Twitter and Instagram?
Well, we were just thinking of giving away free bags and stuff like that. Like most companies do on their Instagram page, they'll post a picture of their products and then say that you can win one. So we were just thinking of that. But then we decided to cut that out because most people aren't really going to be on there that are going to be using our service.
Okay, but you wouldn't be like taking pictures of my dirty laundry and posting on
No.
Instagram? Okay. I was wondering what kind of filters you would use for that. What would you do if the machine breaks and you had a bunch of laundry you needed to do?
Of course, there is a backup. Besides my home, there would be Kyra's. So we would probably just bring everything over.
Okay. And my last question for you, how would you wash a rayon dress?
We would probably do it separately, just so like colors aren't mixed and nothing gets ruined.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, just one more thing. Don't forget about the easy, because it's a good way to re-advertise and let people look for it for services.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a short break while we prepare for the next presenters.
$1,500 for the top prize, $1,500.
Yeah, just quite a
So
bit of money.
if you win, you're going to have some cash to put towards your business.
Yes.
And tell us about your idea. What kind of idea let you get into the top 5?
Well, my idea is secure pet crates for people
to have outside of large businesses for people to run errands and keep their dogs safe and sound.
Excellent. So you're going to people's homes or just businesses?
It's mainly for people, businesses.
Or busy lives?
Yeah, and it's so that when people, it's to encourage a healthy lifestyle. So if someone's out walking, then they can bring their dog with them, or even if they have their dog in the car, it's a safer option instead of tying your dog up outside or having your dog roaming around free or leaving your dog in the car.
Excellent. I mean, we hear about all kinds of issues with people leaving the dogs unattended, right? So you probably hit it important, dear to people's heart, the safety of animals, and also making it easier for people with busy lives to take care of their pets. So obviously, would you start, or would you, you're going to have a location, you're going to work out of your home? If you start the business, how will you do it?
Well, I will operate it outside of my home, and I plan on first getting a patent, which to secure the idea, since it is completely original. And then hopefully I could start up a few units myself, run those for a little bit, and then in the future we're looking to maybe even sell the idea or sell units to companies.
Excellent. You already have your plan all laid out. I mean, that's the whole idea of young entrepreneurs, and that's what the Thunder Bay Venture is trying to support and sponsor, because you're going to be the future leader of this community. Besides making maybe a good, good return for your investment, you're going to be employing people. And so what did you like the most about the competition? Obviously, you were competing with a lot of, and very good ideas. So what did you like the most? Was it highly competitive, or was it a friendly competition?
Oh, well, I haven't actually met any of the other...
They keep you separated.
Yeah, they keep us separated until the last day. And I have no idea what anyone else's ideas are. But I think my favorite part about the competition is that it gives opportunities to such young students who have business ideas at heart and who want to pursue their passion. And it gives people an opportunity to put their idea out there and potentially get some money to put the idea into action.
Excellent. So we have the high school, we have Thunder Bay Ventures. Bringing all of this together is a great idea. We really appreciate you making the time to come out here and tell us your story. And hopefully all your friends and family, colleagues will be watching next week for the finals.
Casual. So I thought I would, since I have students and I love having an audience with students, I thought I'd talk a little bit about Enter the Den. And to say, unfortunately, there were no student applications from Hammersholt. Just a little hint for next fall and next spring, guys. So let's go through Enter the Den competition. Geared towards high school students like yourselves. And basically it's on the idea of just presenting a business idea. It doesn't mean you have to start one. We want to hear what your concept and idea is about. And it's a pretty simple process. The first thing you would do is register. so that we have your name on file, and we would send you basically a simple application form that kind of gives you the basics. And you committee, and they take a look at them, and they pick basically, you know, their top 10, top 12, and there's about 10 to 12 people on the steering committee, and then we kind of bring it down to there. And 10 finalists go to a semifinalist round, which we held in April 30th and May 1st. And we did the competition with different judges. And they basically did the same idea. They presented their idea, did a presentation form. The 5 judges asked questions, made some comments and some suggestions, and there were some really fantastic ideas. And from there, they narrowed it down to the 5, which is being presented this afternoon. The 5 finalists are basically given a couple of weeks to make some adjustments to their business plans because the judges are warm and wonderful, and they give some suggestions and things that maybe they haven't thought of or just overlooked, because sometimes that's not very easy, and they can go from there. I feel like I'm doing a classroom presentation. Does anybody have any questions? Would you ever be interested in doing a business plan? I mean, you have a chance to win $1,500 for first prize. Second prize is $1,000, and third prize is $500. I've done this presentation, or this is part of some of the presentations that I've done in the classrooms. So youth entrepreneurship is something really that we would hope that you would consider. Working for someone else when you can be your own boss. Almost 1/3 of youth-owned businesses in Canada are located here in Ontario, and all for good reason. The other thing I'd like to really mention too, that is, you'll notice that even your parents are talking about it now, that job security is not there. Most people are not getting full-time jobs. They're contract work. A lot of corporations, especially if you're looking into the lumber or the mining industry, they will be hiring a lot of contractors. So you will be seeing that, and you'll be seeing more people having to go the entrepreneurship way. So we hope that you keep this in mind. Up there it says jobs for young people are hard to come by. Unfortunately, sometimes unemployment for youth is still really high. So if you need to be able to pay those bills, you have to come up with something. The climate for young entrepreneurs is better than ever, particularly in knowledge sectors, and the advantage of you guys have low startup costs compared to what it was years ago, and you have technology on the side. I'm sure you have grandparents or maybe even parents who aren't even 100% sure about all the techie stuff that we're doing, and you guys have that as an advantage. I recommend that. I also do some work for Volunteer Thunder Bay, and you guys have a huge advantage in how you can help different companies or different agencies and helping them with their technology. So it could be helping them with their Facebook account, their website, get them onto Instagram, all those kinds of things. Top 5 reasons for starting a business. 80% people says it's power and control over their life, and I have to agree with that. I've been self-employed now for 20 years. I started when my daughter was born, and I wouldn't go back. I totally had flexibility in my life. I never missed a field trip for my kids, which was very important for me, but I did have lots of fun doing things like that, so I highly recommend that you consider that. Personal freedom of doing it yourself. Having a great idea that can make money. So you're being presented with some ideas today, but you may think your idea is not a great idea, but you know what, I would give it a shot. If you're thinking of it, I'm sure somebody else is needing that product or service, so you should really consider it. 68% being able to do the same thing as the boss, but better. That's how I started my business. 57% is because they were out of work and they were basically, again, had to go through the self-employment option is to be able to keep themselves an income coming in. Some myths about entrepreneurship. Entrepreneur traits and skills are instinctive and cannot be learned. That's false. The first thing I'd probably tell everybody about being self-employed is enjoy what you do, and when you speak about it passionately, it'll naturally come out. You don't have to be the huge salesman that would sell an igloo in a swamp or whatever statement you want to be. If you're really passionate about what your product and service is and you really want to work hard for it, you can do it. Benefits of being an entrepreneur, job satisfaction, success, freedom, happiness, and money. Another myth, to be a successful entrepreneur means you have to have a large bank account. That's not true. And again, it depends on the type of business that you want to do. But if you really thought about it out, a lot of businesses start on a very low budget, which is the way I usually recommend it, because then you don't make your losses or your mistakes as expensively or as high. So don't let that deter you. Plus, there's a lot of programs out there. There's Enter the Den, there's Summer Company, which there's still opportunity to fill out an application and submit it. I'm drawing a blank. I think the high school deadline is the end of the month, if I'm correct. There's a lot of different opportunities out there, and there's a lot of programs that are gearing towards youth, trying to help them become self-employed. That's just a picture of a previous presentation from another year, and I'm filling up space. Myths about entrepreneurship. You're young, you should wait until you have years of experience in the workforce before you venture into an entrepreneurship. Maybe you should talk about that, Shelby. I agree, you don't have to wait. Do you want to say a few words on that one? Because I think you're perfect to do that, both you and Deidre. Yeah, use your mic, we're filling up space, or you can come up here.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack your presentation. I never entered into any of these competitions when I was in high school. I was an extra in high school. I wasn't the popular kid. I wasn't the kid that was bullied. I didn't do Model UN or debating or anything. I just kind of breezed through high school. Well, not breezed through. I mean, the grades I had, I worked for. Went to university, had no idea what I was going to do. So if at this point you have no idea what you're going to do, and this seems like a monumental task of even starting your business, do not worry. It's okay. It'll come to you. So after I finished university, I said, well, I need to get a job. I have a degree in politics, and so I thought I would go on to being a lawyer of some sort. So I got hired at the medical school as an administrative assistant, and I sat at a desk for a year and a half before I started getting itchy. I get along with everybody, but I don't want to say I have a problem with authority, but I just had a hard time fitting into a 9-to-5 schedule. It just didn't fit the kind of person I was. And if you have a hard time fitting in to different places, it's very difficult to feel successful, even if you're at the top of your pay bracket, top of the union, and you're making good money. Even if you're sitting at a desk, if you're an entrepreneur, it just won't feel right to you, and you'll know that feeling. And so I kept fantasizing about opening up my own business. I wanted to have a restaurant, and my idea is that I'd have a little Victorian house, mixed match tables, artwork on the wall. I wanted to make eggs, all kinds of eggs with pineapple, eggs with ketchup, eggs with onions. So anybody who came in, you would get crazy eggs. I would know everybody's coffee order, and that was where my fantasies kept going, is just meeting people and knowing coffee orders. And I'm like, do I really innerly want to work at Tim Hortons or something? Like, why am I obsessing about this? And I realized I was a terrible cook, so I couldn't really do it, but it was just a fantasy of mine. And I thought, oh, you know what, I'm too old now. I was in my mid-20s when I was thinking about this. And you know what, I wish I would have just went right into business. Although having your knocks in life, going through different bosses and working in different environments, it really preps you for what to do and what not to do, how to set things up. If you want to own your own business, I'd say work for a small business, learn as much as you can, even if you're not passionate about the content. Say if you're, you could be working at a car dealership or something. Don't concentrate so much on the actual content of what you're doing as so much as the process. What system are they using for ringing in sales? These are skills that you could pick up. And I found when I finally decided to open up Unveiled Bridal Boutique, there were experiences looking back in my life that kind of all pointed to the same thing. I grew up very poor. I come from a working class family, so my family didn't have an education. I knew nobody in business, had no connections. And when you grow up in that kind of environment and you're creative, you start thinking of ways to be resourceful. So I've always sewn my own clothes, and I always loved it, but I never thought I could make a life in fashion. My mom said, you'd go into sciences, depend on no man, and those things are burned into my head for life. So yeah, when I came across this idea, is because I myself wanted to purchase a wedding dress in Thunder Bay, and I found that a lot of shops have closed down, or they're owned by people who are trying to find a succession plan, trying to get rid of their business because they want to retire. And I was like, this is the perfect opportunity for me to open up my own business. So it just all kind of came together. Then I started working on my business plan. I was in my late 20s. So don't feel like you are too young, too old. I say the sooner you can start, the better. Don't put pressure on yourself to be this big, own so many things, and start off small. And then if you have a small, tight ship, you can kind of cut things away, add things as you need to. Yeah, so that's kind of my story and how I got started in business. If you're not taking any business classes right now, I'd recommend. I think business is probably the more useful things. I took things like co-op, home economics, the cooking stuff. I took easy classes in high school, I'm not going to lie, because I wanted easy grades. But those are things that kind of, they're life skills, and don't undervalue yourself. Yeah. Does anybody have a business idea here? Who wants to own their own shop? Oh, this guy in the hat, what do you want? Let me guess, skateboarding shop. Landscaping and moving. Yeah, let's give him a microphone.
Thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, I look like a bit of a skateboarder. I guess I didn't come very prepared today.
That's all right, I'm very judgmental, don't worry.
Yeah, appreciate it, thanks. No, yeah, I guess my first venture I started 7 years ago when I was, 11. I started out, just wanted to make a few bucks, I guess, with my brothers, and coming actually from Newfoundland, I was kind of intrigued, in business. I liked the aspect of being my own boss, and so we started out with a bit of, like a lawn care service, and because I lived in, a small, tight-knit community, advertising wasn't that big of an issue for me. It was very, word of mouth. And so, that being said, I gained a lot of kind of business entrepreneurial related experience in again, like you said, the process rather than, the overall running of the lawn care company. And when I moved here last year, a transfer student, again, from Newfoundland, coming to Thunder Bay, the whole kind of business platform I found is much different in a big city such as Thunder Bay.
What, did you just say Thunder Bay is a big city? That's crazy.
Yeah,
talk.
pretty funny. Well, coming from a town of 5,000, it's definitely much different. And
right. Well, we have a Walmart, so that's...
We have a Walmart. Yeah, that's correct. So
3 Walmarts.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So
how many brothers do you have?
We actually have a family of 8. So,
And they all moved here from Newfoundland?
No, I came here myself for personal reasons. Just doing a bunch of other stuff on the side, and of course I found that you can't spend money without making money, and I was put in the same situation as 7 years ago when I started the landscaping company, and so I've kind of thrown some ideas around, and of course I had a bunch of ideas, some of which failed, and that being said, in about October, I came across the idea of, a moving company. And so, I put a lot of research into that, and when I looked at it, I found that, Thunder Bay is quite ideal because it's not like a city like Toronto where you have, an innate, saturated market where, it's very difficult for, a startup guy like myself to be successful. But when you look at the other competitors, you've got a bunch of, national companies, Altus Van Lines and AMJ Campbell are 2 very, national and recognized moving companies. And but what I noticed was that there was nobody that specialized in town moving, nobody that, specifically put the efforts to, growing the community, community involvement. offering, local people, local service. So that being said, I started out, a couple months ago with just, my van and a couple of university friends. And, I really, it grew extremely quickly. Like, again, a large focus for me is, school. And of course,
Are you a high school student right now or university?
Yes, I'm in grade 12.
Okay.
And so, that being said, again, it's really hard to balance, especially when you've got, 2 ventures already. And of course, you're trying to finish up high school. So, then the new dilemma came about, and that was, how do I grow the company without, diluting, the concentration of my other priorities. And so I took a bit of a risk, and I ventured out, looked on Kijiji, and it turned out I found a really solid group of guys to work for me. And so
Wait, so you're in grade 12 and you have guys working for you?
yeah, now we've now grown to a group of
I think the girls in the audience want to know if you're single.
yeah, we can talk about that later. But yeah, no. So now, 6 months later, we've grown to now a group of 6 employees. I've got a fully running organization. We actually.
Do you have an HST number?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fully organized, or fully registered, licensed, and operated. And again, in the last couple of months, again, it's quite difficult in terms of establishing yourself, as you probably know, as a startup business, kind of getting your name out there, and looking for cost-effective options. Again, I put a lot of research into that. We found obviously that Kijiji was a huge, the best cost-effective kind of option in terms of, primarily getting your name out. From there, in February, and obviously, as you know, with a moving company, you need a box truck. And that being said, one of my key principles in business is I don't prefer to make risks without actually making flow and money flow before reinvesting into the business. So in February, we got jobs that required, of course, a box truck, and so I approached the local U-Haul dealer, and I said, listen, I'm going to need your truck, 14 days of the month. Is there anything we can do? And so we worked out essentially a partnership with them, and that being said, we get their trucks at a preferred rate, and it's really been incredible, making that connection with them, because essentially, with this partnership now, having their label on the truck, or basically when anybody calls U-Haul now, they say, well, we've got guys that are able to assist you in the unloading and packing of your truck, and if you're looking for that full package kind of, deal, then,
Right, so you add value to U-Haul while they also add the equity of the truck for yourself.
Exactly. So we mutually benefit, and of course they take a royalty off of every job that, they reference to us. Of course, we've got our separate, marketing schemes on the side. Like recently we put a huge amount of equity into, online advertising.
Okay. What's the name of your company? Look into that camera right there.
eBay Movers.
And your name, give your name.
My name is Conrad Kuhn.
How do they find you?
So essentially you can find us, we've got a full socially integrated, online platform, www.tbaymovers.com.
That's what we're looking for.
Exactly.
Oh, you bought the .com, nice.
Yeah, and...
Did you buy the .ca?
No, we got actually an SEO company out of Toronto to kind of fully develop our platforms. Of course, from my perspective, I'm very entrepreneurial oriented. That being said, I absolutely know nothing about website development.
That's actually a very important thing to understand in business, is that as an entrepreneur, you want to do everything, but it's a fine line of knowing what you're good at and what you should stay doing versus, the things like bookkeeping. I hate it. I hire a bookkeeper. Cleaning. I hire a student. And I think it's a good idea that if you know where your strengths and weaknesses are, to offload them and to really develop your strengths.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you. I think that, as an entrepreneur, I think, you have the skills as a leader, but when it comes to getting down to the nitty-gritty stuff that is, necessary for a business, like website development or for example, mechanics to maintain your truck, you can't necessarily dilute yourself in all of those fields, and finding a solid team of, connections that you can kind of establish.
What's your first name again?
My name is Conrad.
Do you guys have questions for Conrad? I know I'm just kind of putting the judges on the spot.
Yeah, I guess.
I know we're not.
I actually just,
How are we doing for time? Okay. Well, it was nice talking to you, Conrad.
Well, I appreciate your time.
Okay, so here's our next finalist, Megan McGuire, to present her business, Rent a Dress. Megan.
Okay, never spoken to a microphone before. Woo. So I'm Megan McGuire, and my business idea is Rent a Dress. So before I begin, I just wanted to extend my thanks to the judges as well as the Thunder Bay Venturers for giving me this opportunity. I'm really excited to show you what I prepared. So what is Rent a Dress? So I know I'm guilty of it. I know a lot of other girls are. How many girls in the crowd here own more than like 3 formal dresses that you will never wear again? Semi-formal, graduation. You've worn it once. Why buy it if you're only gonna wear it once? That's where the basis of my idea came from. So I prepared a quick commercial here. The sound won't attach to my laptop, so I gotta give her the microphone here. Goodness. Ah, goodness. So I just prepared a commercial to show kind of the main benefits of my business.
Gotta move back.
Where's the button?
Bottom left-hand corner.
There.
I don't know if I can click it or...
No, I got it.
I am so excited for the party tonight. Going to my closet, opening my closet, gonna find some cute clothes for the party tonight. No, no, no. What? I literally have nothing to wear. My life is ruined. Why will these pants fit? The website says they're in my size. They won't even zip. Finally. Holy tight. Guess I'm sucking it all day. Facebook, the anti-social, social media. Wait, is that Cindy? She's wearing a black top? Oh my gosh, she knows black is my thing. How could she do this? People couldn't think she wore it better than me, could they? No, I'm being ridiculous. But just in case, I'm not going to like it. So, there.
I guess I can speak loud, but not quite that loud. Okay, so the main services that my business offers is it's an opportunity for girls and women to be able to rent dresses rather than purchase them for those one-time occasions where you're not going to wear them more than once, so there's no point in paying the full price. And then it would also allow the clients to be able to donate their old dresses, which they have already previously purchased, so that way I can use them to rent them out and make a profit, as well as they can get a free rental from it. Okay, so this is the first handout that I've given to you. So this is the rent-a-dress agreement.
So what essentially it is my idea is here outlined, so just the client's information and such, just so that way I have the credit card information and such for if they ruin the dress. It also just outlines the main agreements to the dress, so how much will be paid, when it should be paid, and just trademarks things and such. So what makes my business unique? So there's no other formal dress renting company in Thunder Bay. There are in bigger cities, but not in Thunder Bay. And what's great about my business is that it's a location rather than just a website. Because as you saw in my commercial, oftentimes you'll order online, it'll come in, it won't be the right size, it'll feel itchy because you weren't able to touch it, so you didn't know what it would feel like. And the next thing you know, you don't have any use for it, and then you just end up regifting it or something. So that eliminates the whole issue of that. Also, my business would not buy in bulk, so it would eliminate the awkwardness of the twin incident which you hear of, so two people going to the same event, both wearing the same dresses, because if they both came to my business, none of the two dresses would be alike, so they would be insured to not have that issue. Also, it would be a local corporation, no, sorry, not a corporation, it'd be locally owned, so it would help also the local businesses in Thunder Bay. So although it would be in direct competition to other businesses, such as your own there, it would also benefit them, because if I source locally, local dresses, then those companies would get essentially advertisement through mine. Because if someone rents a dress through my company, and the next time they decide to purchase a dress, they realize how much they love the quality of that dress, they will then come to your business when they choose to purchase the dresses instead. So who is Rent-A-Dress? Well, Rent-A-Dress, first of all, is the clients. So I discovered that about half of the population is, of course, female. I mean, you can only be one or the other, so naturally that would be the occurrence. And then also when I cross-referenced it with the 39.8% of the population that was between the ages of 15 and 44, which is my target market age range, then I found out that there was over 43,000 people in Thunder Bay who would potentially use my business. Now, on the estimation that it would reach 10% of my market, that's still over 4,000 people. So therefore, under the assumption that I would be able to reach 10% of them, I would have over 4,300 clients that could potentially use my business. So then that would be more than I would need to be able to rent out the dresses several times throughout the year to turn a profit. So this is the other thing I have handed out to you there. This is the survey that I handed out to, I think I handed out like 30 at my school. So I handed out surveys, and this is how it looked. So they were able to just kind of choose the kind of fit that they'd like, as well as the color and such. I tried to get a full range of, I got grade 12s, grade 11s, because those are the grades who would usually go to graduations as well as semi-formal events. So the results that I got was as follows. So I found that the most popular color was blue, the most popular size was 3 or 4, and so on and so forth. Of course, some areas, they were quite varied. So of course, the color blue, only 30% of the girls like that. So I would use that as the basis for the dresses that I would purchase. But of course, I would have a more colorful range because it is only 30%. Whereas with the length, 70% of girls preferred long dresses. So I would definitely use that as the main area to focus on when shopping for the length of the dresses. So as for advertisement, so I would use in the first year, I would use radio advertisement, Facebook page, and business cards. So business cards, I feel the most practical places to hand them out would be around events, so like they know where they can donate their dresses afterwards, or at schools, et cetera, et cetera. And for the 30-second advertisement, I feel the most two appropriate times to have these would be Sunday mornings, because you'd be able to catch people on their way to church or other service events, and as well as kind of Friday nights, because that's kind of when my target market range would be out and about doing weekend celebration activities. And then as for the Facebook page, I would use that as a substitute for a website in the first year, because it's free to create, and then it's very easy for people to come across locally owned companies through Facebook, rather than just on its own, because it might be kind of hard for people to come across it then. But this way, I'll have more traffic on my website. So as for promotions, so I have established an idea for a loyalty card. So essentially the idea would be that they would come and they would use my service, and then a fraction of that would be counted towards points. So I established the idea of $1 spent equaling 10 points, and then once you had $1,000, you can redeem it for $1. So that way, it's essentially like a 1% of the amount spent will be coming back to them, and then it allows me to turn a profit while still allowing them to have a discount at a point. So I would want to use the loyalty card so that way it's for the family. So that way both the mom and the daughters can all share this loyalty card, so that way they can all get the benefits from it. And then that would also help to generate word of mouth. Because I know with me and my friends, we talk about shopping because we're girls, and naturally if there's a good deal, we let each other know about it. So my friend, for example, she had a loyalty card somewhere, she went and purchased something, she's like, you gotta go get this loyalty card, it saves you so much money, it's such a great idea. So that would definitely help generate some interest in my business. As for coupons, so things such as $5 off coupons, if people have money off, sometimes people tend to see it as money and that they need to go spend it at that place. So of course, coupons of money off would definitely help to generate interest. So I'd be able to mail those out, and then people would come to my business in anticipation to use that $5 off coupon. And of course, the renting would be more than $5. So I would end up making money in the end there. So as for suppliers, so I would source dresses, as I said, from a lot of different sources. I would get them locally and not locally, so that way people could have that full range. So as for the cost, I wouldn't want to get dresses more than $250 because I feel like if people wanted high-end dresses, they would want to own it rather than just rent it. So I would source dresses under $250. And so then I would also be accepting donations from people, as I said before. So people could donate their dresses to me, so then I can use those dresses to get 4 rentals annually, I've approximated, and then they can get a free rental. So I can still turn a profit because I'm still getting 4 uses out of it, and I'm only giving 1 away for free, but then those people will get something out of it. So the only issue with that one is that competition, such as like Cinderella's Closet and other donation places, would be a competition to be able to get those dresses. However, with those, you don't get anything in return. You feel good inside for donating, but of course here this way, you'll actually get something in return. So that's why I feel people would want to use that service. As for employees, I've decided that I wouldn't want to have employees in the first year because I feel that the amount of business I would have would be manageable by myself. But when I did hire the employees, they'd be non-unionized minimum wage workers. So the amount of business in growing years could increase, so then that would be when I would choose to hire employees. So why choose Rent to Dress? I've already outlined a couple of the benefits, but here are some more. So to the community, so it eliminates the issue of wardrobing. Now wardrobing, for those of you who don't know, is when someone buys something from a store with the intent to return it. So they buy it, they leave the tag on, they wear it for their event, and then they return it. It's illegal, which is why it would be a good idea for my business to prevent this, so they can actually go to my business, legally rent the dress, and then return it. It would also keep the money spent on grad dresses local. So since I would be getting dresses from other companies from outside of town, people wouldn't need to leave town to go get these kind of dresses, so they could just come to my business, and then that money would stay circulating in our community. Using grad dresses helps the environment, of course. So when you're reusing, reducing, and recycling, you're helping the environment. So of course, this way, you're giving me your old dresses, or you're renting one of my dresses from the business, and then it's being reused and reused. So if I get 4 rentals annually, which is what I'm anticipating on getting, and then I feel that the dresses would be okay to rent out for 3 seasons, that's 12 uses. So that's 11 less dresses that need to be produced. So that's definitely going to have a positive impact on the community. As for the clients, they'll be able to look great for less. So for the dress renting, if it's 30% of what you would have paid that full $100 because that's the only option you had in town. But this way, you can only pay $30, and then you still get to look just as great. You still get to wear it that one time that you're going to wear it because you're only going to wear it once, and then you return it, so that way you pay less. It also will allow clients to donate their old dresses, as I've said, in exchange for a free rental. And then it just provides you with a unique dress. So it's just a really good idea to use my business. So where and when is rent a dress? So here's just outline the ideal place. So I've chosen this location here. I'm sure many of you can recognize this area. It's a high traffic area, so that would be great to generate interest in the business because people will drive by it and they'll see the sign on the outside and they'll know where they can go to rent their dresses. So for the hours, I just have, the 9 to 5, 9 to 9, the classic hours of operation for retail businesses. And then, so I would operate year-round, but I would definitely anticipate on more clients coming during the winter and summer months because that's when there's weddings and semi-formals and graduations. That's just when the main events are happening. So that is when I expect to see the most traffic in my business. So how much is rent a dress? So as for cost and pricing, so the cost of the dresses will of course vary. As I said, I wanted to source a bunch of unique dresses. So the maximum I would look to spend is $250 on dresses just to ensure that I can turn at maximum profit. So the cost would also include a $10 dry cleaning fee. So the client will pay the 30% of the dress plus $10 for dry cleaning as well. And then, so the dress for late. So of course, same if you were to rent a tuxedo or something, if you don't return it right away, you're looking at a lot of charges. For mine, I have, if you keep it on yourself, you're supposed to pay $20 for additional week that you have it on your, at your house rather than in my business, just so I can ensure that people will want to return it quicker, so I can get it back sooner, have more rents in the year, turn a higher profit. For ruins and losses, the main competitor for my business was Rent the Runway, and looking at theirs, I found that they charged 200% of the retail value if the dress was ruined. So that is what I would intend to charge as well. So for the startup budget, so the startup budget, of course, would be a little bit bigger. So of course, I would need some basic items just to kind of set up the business area, as well as I would require things for such as registration fees, and royalties and things such as that. So essentially I'm anticipating on spending $22,365.99 for the startup budget. As for the dress prices, I was looking at equally distributing the amount of dresses. So I have like semi-formal kind of ones that you'd wear to like banquets or weddings on the top, and then semi-formal and graduation formalities on the bottom. So as you can see, I evenly split it between the sections there with the cost, and then I have those two totals added into the first part with my total budget there. So income statement. So as for the expenses, of course, there would be the advertising expenses, which would include business cards, radio advertisement, and such, as well as the insurance expenses. Insurance expenses such as general liability, professional liability, and property insurance, as well as the dry cleaning, but that would be covered by the dresses, so that's not a huge issue, as well as just basic things such as internet, phone, rent, hydro, and HST payable. So assuming that I would have a revenue, which I will show you in a few slides, my HST payable would be $150. So in total, the annual expenses, so I took all those and then I multiplied by 12 to get my total annual expenses, which I anticipate on being there at the bottom, $25,000. As for the income statement, so this is what I anticipate on having rented out in the year. So each year I anticipate on getting 4 uses out of each dress. So then if I multiply the amount that would be charged with the total rented price, so the amount, there's $10 times 4 times 25, so then I end up with the totals there. So then those two numbers added together, so it's $28,000 that I anticipate on getting in revenue in the first year. So, so a note on the revenue though, so that price did not include the dry cleaning fee, which would also bring in an extra $8,000 in revenue. And these values are based on the estimate that I would reach 10% of my market, and then that 1 in 5 of those ladies that would choose to use my business. Of course, as well as I mentioned, there would be a $20 surcharge for the dress being kept late, and then $200 fee if the dress is ruined. And so for break-even points, so in the first year, I would not anticipate on breaking even. due to startup costs and expenses, but in the second year I would. So that's under the assumption that the dresses would be available to rent out for 3 years. So after 3 seasons, I feel that the dresses would no longer be in style for people to want to use them. So then at that point, I would create a bargain rack. So essentially my concept of the bargain rack is that I'm going to have a rack laid out for the dresses that have already went through 3 seasons and are no longer bringing in revenue for myself. I would sell those dresses so that way people can purchase those dresses from me so I can get one last bit of revenue out of them, because if they're just sitting in my business, they're of no use to me. So then at that point I would sell them or exchange them for other dresses of newer, like that are new. So same with the idea of the renting out. If people give me their dress, they get a free rental. So if people give me their dress, they can take one from the bargain rack. So I would definitely have to look at the value of the prices of the 2 different dresses and compare those though. So potential expansions on the business. So of course there's endless expansions. Some main things that I've looked into are shoes, accessories, and casual wear, as well as bridesmaids dresses, because bridesmaids dresses especially, no one really wants to purchase them because they're kind of meant to not show up the bride. So of course they're not going to be the most fabulous of dresses, so why purchase them when you're only going to wear it that one occasion, when you could just rent it and then you can return it and it'd be just a fraction of the cost. So insurance of risk. So there's not a whole lot of physical risk associated with my business because it's renting dresses. So as for liability though, I would definitely get general liability, property insurance, and professional liability insurance, which are just general things that all businesses should have. As I said, physical risk is minimal. Risk of bankruptcy can be avoided as long as I use proper business techniques and then proper expansions. And then as for legalities, I may have to set up with the companies. I tried to outreach to the companies, but they didn't end up emailing me back. Some companies, though, charge between 3% and 7% royalty fees for having used their dresses. So on each rental money that I get, I'll have to be charged 3% to 7% royalties fees generally. And then also for legalities, renting a business name and applying for HST as well. So as for the conclusion, so the services that my business offered is to sell your old dresses or to rent new dresses. The benefits, so it allows clients to get out of brand unique dresses that they wouldn't have been able to potentially get beforehand. It's cheaper. It encourages local shopping. It also encourages people to shop local at the other stores once that they've tried a dress that was sourced from there. As for the target market, so my target market, of course, as I said, consists of 43,000 people, and then if I anticipate on even 10%, reaching 10% of those people and 1 in 5 people coming into my store, I will rent out all of my dresses. So the client survey has allowed me to better understand my clients, so I feel like I have got to have a true understanding of what will sell. And then loyalty cards and coupons will definitely be used to attract my clients as well. As for financials, so the price would be about 30% of the dress, and then plus the dry cleaning fees, startup budget, and then the annual expenses just stated there as well. And then the first year revenue also again restated. The break-even point again was the second year, and then potential expansions are very endless, which it can include bridesmaids dresses, shoes, accessories, etc. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
I'm going to stick to the website. And
Yeah, sure.
Some questions?
Yep, I really enjoyed sort of the idea of the business. I don't think I'll find myself using it if it ever starts up, but I do have some sort of concerns with the idea that you're not using a website, especially because a website's such a massive marketing tool. It sort of lets the customer see all your dresses online before they come into the store. If they're coming from a far place like Quebec or something where they have a long drive, they might want to do that before to save them time. And the other issue is sort of that Facebook has sort of reached its peak. It's sort of starting to fall. So you might want to also, I don't know if you have plans to go into, start sort of open an Instagram page or anything like that, Twitter as well, to help attract the other customers.
Absolutely, yeah. So like the Facebook page, as I mentioned before, so they could I could upload photos there so people can kind of see what there is kind of available to them. So that way when they come in, they can kind of have a general idea of what sizes are available, the contact information I could also put on there, as well as what the style they're looking for. And absolutely, social media, there's endless amounts of places you can get. You can go on Tumblr, or Twitter, I could tweet about the dresses, of course. So absolutely, I would definitely use social media to further expand my businesses, as other businesses have as well. Thank you.
And just a little further, do you ever have plans to actually start a website? Because especially with search engines like Google, websites rank much higher when someone's searching for maybe rental dresses than Facebook pages would, and that would sort of help organic marketing and attract more customers like that without you having to put really any money into advertising.
Sure, yeah. In the first 3 years, I kind of anticipated on it being kind of more of a local thing where I would attract local customers. But absolutely, after about the first few years, I would definitely consider looking into expanding it in that sense of getting a website so that way I could attract more customers from the region.
And then I have one last thing. So you mentioned that you would be playing radio ads on Sundays when you're going to church, but I know with me, often by the time I'm already going to church, I'm late. So I'm not sure if you want to maybe put that move those to the day before or something like that, so people have time to come into the store and maybe actually sort of look around for a dress so they're not in a rush.
Sure, yeah. So maybe put it more on like a general day that people don't really have anything going. So perhaps later on Sunday when everyone's just kind of at home relaxing. So that way they would be able to come use my business for sure.
Hi. Loved the commercial that you ran in the beginning. It was absolutely awesome. Thank you for that.
Thanks.
I did want to ask you a couple of questions about your financial projections and your anticipated costs. The startup costs, when I was reviewing those, some of the things that I had some concerns about were items like the phone being free for a 3-year contract and stuff like that. And I just wanted to find out from you what kind of research you did to verify or validate the startup cost projections that you have here.
From TBHL, I know that like if you sign up for a 3-year contract, the phone is free for many different styles of the phones.
Right. Did you call TBHL and ask them about it?
No, but like from personal experience, like my phone was free. I know that I've been there several times since I got my phone, and there's still models that are free available on the 3-year contract.
Yeah. Not to just pick on telephones or anything, but you know that good old saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. When you go there and actually initiate the contract, I think you'll find that there are costs associated, especially things like taxes. They usually make you pay them up front. They usually have, a few things. So I just caution you to really verify. Don't rely on advertisements, because those things are like things to grab you, to pull you in the door, right? And then when you sign the papers and set up everything, I think you'll find that it's a little bit of a different story. The other thing in the startup costs, you talked about furniture and things like that, but I didn't see any room for leasehold improvements. So the building that you showed us, if you've been in it, like, did you visualize anything like painting or carpet cleaning and stuff like that? When you're trying on dresses, you're going to take your shoes off, so you want to make sure that the floors are really clean for your customers and stuff like that. I didn't see any costs in there associated for leasehold improvements, so I don't know if that building is immaculate and exactly the colors that you would want it to be for a dress shop or something like that.
For sure. Perhaps not necessarily in the first year necessarily, but perhaps in future years expanding the building as well as painting and things such as that would definitely be a concern of mine.
And then once you're operating in your business, I didn't see anywhere in the plan if you had a place for items, I'll call them props. What I'm meaning is a lot of people in that area may walk to your business. The new courthouse is open there. So there may be some ladies on their lunch that just want to run over and check it out. They'll be dressed in business attire possibly, or jeans or something like that, without having dress shoes. So would you have props like shoes for them? Because you want to see how the dress is going to look on you as far as your height with heels and stuff like that. Did you build that?
Sure. Yeah, for sure that could be an idea I could do, or I could just get like stools or something just so people could stand up on them just to kind of see how it would feel. But yeah, for sure, just little shoes of varying sizes. So that was also another idea of one of the expansions on my business. So once that is applied as one of the ideas, that could definitely be a potential, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, I bored you. That could be another potential expansion on my business, but I know, like, for me, like, when I went and purchased my dresses and I've had to get them altered, most businesses don't offer alterations that I've been to. Most of them, you know, you're kind of on your own for that. So that's definitely a potential expansion on my business that I could do just to encourage clients to come to my business so you can kind of get an all-in-one kind of feel there. But for the first year, I would definitely not anticipate on opening that section just to ensure that I could reach a maximum profit. For sure, I would definitely kind of, like, the main idea for my business was the formal graduation dresses and semi-formal dresses. So for those, like, their range from 100 to 1,000. So of course that would make the most sense to rent it because you're only going to wear it once. But of course for things such as the less formal dresses, I would definitely have to adjust my prices to ensure that people would be interested in renting them rather than purchasing them. So that would definitely be something for me to look at changing for sure.
Great presentation. I can tell you really like dresses and like fashion. You're excited about what you're doing, so that's awesome. The question I have, you answered quite well with the survey. I kind of like to hear about the results of that because I didn't know the calculation in all the variables on there. You have 153,000 dresses if you were to get every one of these options. So using your survey, were you able to find the 25 in each category that could make most people happy?
So I found that like for some areas there was definitely more distinct. So like for like the neckline, the sweetheart neckline, there was 70% of the people who said that they wanted that. For the length, 70% of the people said that they wanted long. So of course for things like that, I could definitely more so center it around those. But for things where like the highest was only 25%, that shows a pretty even dispersion amongst the different kinds. So I would definitely kind of look more at like the full range rather than just that one specific. For that one, so for the ones where it was definitely like lower numbers for the rates of interest, I would definitely disperse the selection more.
Okay, now it's my turn. My name is Shelby, and I own Unveiled Bridal Boutique.
I know.
So when I was reading your plan, I was very interested in hearing what you had to say, because customers do come to me and they ask if I will rent dresses, and the answer for me is no. Mm-hmm. But I think our customers would be two totally different groups of people. My group of people have a little bit more disposable income. They want that high-end dress, that one-of-a-kind. The customers that you'd be targeting, I think your targets are a little bit too low. I think with the $20 dress rental, you don't want to cater to the lower. You want to cater to the middle to upper middle class who really don't see the value of purchasing a dress. Say for my shop, the main reason why people come into my shop is they're not buying a dress, they're buying the feeling of that day. So whether it's a wedding dress, I'm selling them a dream of how they are going to feel. And to them, it's worth that price. And they're going to have that dress for when they have children saying, this is what I wore to my prom, this is, does it fit you? And they have those memories, right? Like that's the kind of thing. But for those people who those things aren't important, I can see that this business would be viable. From a high level perspective, I really like the idea of dress rental.
Thanks.
I think it would work well in complements to my business. I like the location you chose because it's across the street from mine. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but that area is kind of the unofficial fashion district. There's myself, there's the Little Mermaid, there's a little boutique across the street called Silhouette Boutique. They have little dresses, Amos and Andy's, there's Tammy's Alterations. There's a number of dress places in that area. So I think your business would fit well in there. The issues I have with the plan and the details are just that. Sorry, I don't know where that music's coming from. It's distracting.
I think it's on the PA.
Okay. Oh, I get it. Okay, so we'll go through, sorry, it's Benjamin, right? No, what's your name? Phil. Totally had that wrong. Sorry, Phil. He mentioned the website. I cannot stress enough that it's very important to buy your domain name because you may want to franchise this in the future. You may want to have in Thunder Bay, you may want to have a shop in Dryden, Fort Francis, all the little shops so you can share inventory. So if you buy your domain name and the .com of your domain name as well as the .ca, you have that much more power in the future. So it's kind of building success for the future. Even though you don't see the value in it now, if somebody else buys your domain name, you are very upset at that point because it's happened to me. I did not buy the .com. I bought unveiledbridalboutique.ca. And I also bought unveiledboutique.com and unveiledboutique.ca just because unveiledbridalboutique.com was $75 or $175 at the time. And I was like, it's a little too much. Nobody's going to buy it, whatever. Yeah, somebody bought it a year after I opened, and they're operating Unveiled Bridal Boutique in Seattle. And it made me a little angry. And dang, so I'm telling everybody, buy your domain name early. People watching this, buy your domain name. .com and .ca. Okay, so you said you're going to purchase them from Macy's and JCPenney and the Prom Girl. The thing is, I know Prom Girl has a lot of legitimate designer dresses. Some websites you'll have to be very careful purchasing from because they are knockoffs. I'm not just saying that because I want to buy more dresses. It doesn't matter if you come buy them from me. Do not be sucked into the idea that you are getting a designer dress for $100 when the dress is $1,000. It just does not happen. There's so many horror stories out there. So the thing is, if you do buy dresses that are the knockoff versions of the dresses, they do not last. No. They'll fall apart. They don't finish the seams properly. Some things come unhemmed.
Quality comes with the name, for sure.
To get up to 4 wears out of a dress like that, it would be next to impossible. Be very careful with that. How would you deal with damaged items, alterations? I think we touched on fixing and the sizes.
So I briefly touched on it there, but like Rent the Runway, for example, charges 200% of the retail value of the dress if it's ruined. So if the dress was ruined, the client would have to pay 200% of the retail value.
So if the dress, say if I sell it for $1,000, the customer would have to pay $2,000?
Essentially, yes. That's why I'm more so looking towards lower, like 250 less, just if that were to happen, because the clients I'm looking for are in that income range where they can't drop $2,000 on a dress that they ruined, right?
Yeah.
So just to ensure that safety, so they know that they can feel okay with if something did happen to it, they're not going to be emptying out their pockets. So that's why I did kind of look towards more lower prices for the dresses, just in case for the ruins.
Now, the thing I find with studying your competitors, sometimes they could get in your head too much. So I'd probably say don't look at what the competitors are doing. Do what you would want to have in a shop.
The last judges actually told me to do exactly what they did.
Okay. I would say no. I'm going to tell you right now, I turned a profit in my second year. And I was expecting to turn a profit in year 5.
Yeah.
I take as much advice as you want. I've only been in business a little over 2 years, so what do I know?
You turned a profit in 2 years. That's when you got to know something.
But the thing that makes me successful is that I am thinking about my customer, not my competitors. Because by the time I've copied my competitors, they've already moved on to other things. And that's what I do as a business. By the time somebody's copied me and started their own Facebook page, I've already got 2,000 likes, and I'm sharing things. And I have
One step ahead.
Yeah, I have a recipe. You want to be the fashion person that people copy. You don't want to be following the trends. You want to be ahead of the trends.
Absolutely.
Which kind of brings me into the survey. Although I'm a huge fan of surveys. By the time people say, yes, I like the color blue, it's already out of fashion. Purchasing dresses at a retail point is not going to make you money. I'm sounding like Kevin O'Leary here, but you want to make money off of this. And how you make money is you go directly to the suppliers.
For sure.
So you're buying the dresses at half or sometimes more, depending on what supplier you use. So you'd go to the Sherry Hill, the I Carry Maury Lee, and Maggie Sotiro. You go to those suppliers and you say, look, I'm renting dresses. You buy the 12 or whatever thing, because you have to buy into these dresses.
For sure.
But then you have the upper hand because now you're ahead of the fashion. So for my shop, I purchase the dresses I'm going to sell in the fall, I've picked out in the spring. So people haven't even seen them yet. These are things from that Pinterest is pushing, that movies are pushing, like The Great Gatsby.
Kind of seeing what people like in the moment and then kind of thinking ahead, for
Exactly.
sure.
So that's why I think the whole system you have with purchasing from the Macy's, JCPenney, Prom Girl, those are things everybody's seen already. You can make more money purchasing wholesale. And I mean, the costs are a little bit higher, but you can charge more. And what I mean by not paying attention to what runway, what's that website?
Runway?
You know, they charge at 200%.
Yeah.
I say don't charge the 200%. You charge the full retail value for the dress.
For sure.
Somebody comes in your shop, you charge full retail value, comes off the credit card. If they never bring the dress back, you got your money back.
Oh.
And you say to the customer, it's not a rental. You can return it. If you return it the next day after your event, you get 90% of your money back. You return it within a week, you get 50% of your money back. You return it after 3 weeks, don't even come to my shop because it's yours. And that gets the dress back in your shop so you could flip it again. Because in grad season, how many weekends we got in June? Like how many grad? Yeah.
Our grad's like super early at Churchill. We have a really weird, our grad's super late at Churchill. Some people have super early, so like.
Right. You want to get those dresses back in your shop so you could flip them again.
Yeah.
So you get your 4 rentals right in the month of June itself.
So that was kind of my idea with like the charging $20 a week, but your idea would definitely make them want to return it quicker. So for sure, charging higher kind of late fees.
Because it's not a rental, because you, like you said before, people know that you go to Le Chateau or whatever and purchase a dress, wear it once with the tag stuffed in the dress, and then return it. People do that. The thing is, what you did with the rental agreement is great. It took me a while to kind of perfect mine, and I'm still kind of tweaking it here and there because you cannot return things at my shop.
Yeah.
Things are made for you. But I can see for your shop, that would be something you want to have that in a rental agreement. I wouldn't even call it rental. I would stay away from that altogether because rental has this connotation of used. Somebody else wore it.
For sure.
You purchase the dress that's brand new off the runway this season, and then you can return the dress. Your return policy would be you can return it for 90%, and then there's the restocking fee.
Yeah, that's cool.
So anyway, I could go on forever. If you ever think of doing this seriously, send me an email. I'll give you my card after. We could chat, and I think this, as much as, you know, I'm in business to make money for myself, I think helping other businesses and referrals, I've made a really good connection with the Little Mermaid. She's just down the street from me. She has a completely different, although we both do grad, we have different suppliers, and if somebody doesn't find something at my shop, I send them down to her and vice versa. And it's just, it's a system that works, and yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Sorry, I felt like I spoke way too much.
It's okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take another short break while the next presenter comes up. They have some things to set up, and we'll start in about 10 minutes.
So my business is Eco Custom Furniture Design, and today I'm asking you for $1,500 for 0% equity in my company. Okay, so Eco Custom Furniture Design specializes in furniture that is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also good for the environment. It is mainly made out of pallets, but also various materials that are usually found just sitting there for free. It's healthy, green, and it's ready to be your next piece of furniture in your house. I have knowledge in construction and wood, allowing me to create a perfect piece of furniture for your home. So you could choose us because we are local, so you're contributing to local business, and also because the chances are the company that you are going to choose does not have free shipping. So when you're buying local, that means that you do not have to worry about shipping at all. A portion of all of our sales will go to a local charity, and you will be purchasing from someone that has good woodwork skills. We will customize and incorporate your ideas and our ideas to create a perfect piece of furniture. So if you look at one of the big box stores and their furniture, you will see that it's not really made of that pleasant materials. It's made out of very cheap sort of looking wood, and it is usually shipped in from another country. So this piece is shipped in from Asia. When you choose us, of course, this furniture is practically being made in your backyard and is not being shipped in from a country. The prices are based on the time put into each piece, as well as material costs and per hour wage. So Eco Custom Furniture Design not only specializes in recycled pallet creations, but also new modern pieces made out of old furniture, such as this one below. The design process for the revised furniture begins with an overall check and sanding, similar to the pallet furniture. Some products are not only made of wood and also other materials that are recycled. So my marketing plan. The products that we sell are very different, but some of them are desks, coffee tables, coat racks, headboards, and shelving made of recycled pallets, as well as outdoor furniture. As well, we also have our refurbished or repurposed furniture. The price for each piece will be around the area of $240. So we will sell our furniture online through our company website, as well as websites such as Kijiji, Etsy, and eBay. We also use trade shows such as the Spring Home and Garden Show at the CLE grounds and the Thunder Bay Country Market. Consignment sales will also be applied at local businesses, and if a storefront is needed, which would mean a very large increase in sales, the company would look for a spot in the area around B Street, which is the area known for its shops. So for promotion, we'll use Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Pinterest. Also our website. We also use brochures, flyer distribution, and word of mouth. And again, trade shows and farmers market. Our customers are most often females, but also sometimes males, middle to high income level, and around 20 to 60 years old. Our customers are usually hip, trendy, fashionable, creative, and environmentally friendly people. So as you can see below, there is an increase in products that are made from recycled materials over the years. So as far as competition goes, we are in a niche market. So the people that we sell our furniture to are usually hip and trendy people, as I said before. We also compete against big box stores, but that is like only new furniture, as well as bare furniture, but they only let you choose the stain for your furniture, and other hobbyists and furniture lovers. So here are some pictures of the revised furniture / art. One of the revised pieces that I have today is the love sign. Here's some pieces of pallet furniture, and one of the pieces I have today is the headboard. So here is my income statement. So this is a year. And as you can see, there is an increase in my profits. In the next slide, you'll be able to see that. And this is an assumption that 1,200 pieces of furniture is sold, and the average price for a piece of furniture is $200. So this is in 3 years, what my income statement would be. So as you can see, the net profit is continually increasing, and as well as my expenses. Projections will show a 10% increase in revenue and a 5% increase in expenses each year. So this is just an example of my expenses and the rough idea of their price, as well as an example of what a product will be sold for. So in the future, we hope to have a storefront and a small warehouse. If projections are correct, we also need more employees, resulting in consultations with WSIB. We'll also be making various kinds of furniture and hopefully small buildings, such as the ones below. So here's the headboard project, which you'll see below. And more pictures. And it used about 4 to 5 wood pallets for this furniture, as some boards split. 1 box of screws, and there's 500 screws for $22, as well as stain, health equipment, and etc. So this is about 75 inches in width. The height is 55 inches, and the backboards are 30 inches. This fits a king-size bed. So as far as health risks go, there isn't a ton. It's just basically basic things that will happen when you're working with wood, so cuts and that sort of thing. We will always use safety equipment, so that's safety glasses, mitts, etc., and proper handling of equipment. So I'd just like to thank you all for being here, as well as my business teachers at Churchill, and everybody that's helped me with this project so far. Thank you.
All right, judges, do you have some questions for her?
Great job on the presentation. I love the furniture. I know
Thank you.
that recycling is a huge thing, especially in some friendlier cities like Toronto. I know that's huge. That headboard is amazing. How much is it, by the way?
It's around the $240 to $300 range.
Nice. Yeah, great job. I don't know, you were very straightforward with your presentation, so I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to say.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Great job, and I want to compliment you on being a woman in what's typically a men's industry, so congratulations to you for that, for
Thank you
thinking
very
outside
much.
of the box. Also, want to make a comment about that type of furniture and the growth industry that it really is becoming, and the unique ideas that you can find. I encourage you to continue to search out on the web. You'll see amazing stuff. I've seen patio furniture made out of pallets that was just to die for beautiful. So kudos to you and keep growing.
Thank you.
Of course I do. I feel like I'm hogging the mic today, but my name is Shelby, and I own Unveiled Bridal Boutique. The headboard here, I really like it, and it actually looks like something that can be found in an IKEA. How do you differentiate yourself between somebody like a big box store like IKEA? Because you can find unique-looking, handcrafty-looking things there. Obviously not handcrafted made, but how do you...
Well, the pallets are usually free at lumber yards, so that gives me a boost personally. And it's just kind of, it's homemade and it's not something that you buy. And usually things that you buy, they're imported from like China or Asia or those countries. So that's why I'm different.
Okay. Did you have a question?
Well, just to add to that, if you buy, we can have both on at once. If you buy something like that from IKEA, it's made of like particle board, especially a headboard that falls apart right away. None of the big box stores use actual like hardwood or softwood lumber. It's all like reconstituted wood. So
Yeah, it's usually, it looks like pressed sawdust when you actually cut it. So that's kind of the difference too.
Okay. You mentioned that your products are eco. Other than them being recycled, do you use any other kind of eco products such as paint or stains?
We try to reuse as much as we can of the products that we use. Try not to buy like a lot more and just try to keep it simpler. So trying to not purchase so many products and make them like not have to be purchased so often. And by using wood that is free, we are not making more lumber yards have to bring in more and more wood just so that we can make these products.
Okay. What social media method do you think would work best for your business?
Personally, I think Etsy, because it's a DIY sort of based social media site. It's mainly for people that make things themselves and then they post it on there for whatever price they think and they can sell them. So it's kind of like combining Kijiji or eBay, but with a more crafty side of things.
I think you're on the money with the Etsy. I'd also say Pinterest as well. Mm-hmm. And you could show very vague steps on how you make your product.
Yeah.
But obviously not tell them everything because you might have a technique that you use. I mean, there's websites full of failed Pinterest experiments. But I think that would, if you do go ahead with this, I think Pinterest, Etsy, and Instagram, those three would create your trifecta and aim it back towards your website. The pictures that you use in here, are they examples of your work or?
The headboard project that was one of them. And then other ones were just things that we could make. Like we definitely could make most of the things showed, if not all of them.
Okay. You mentioned in your business plan that it's a family shop. Is this a business that your family does and it's kind of an extension or?
No, it's not a business that my family does. It's just something that I thought of. I will have like family helping me if I ever have trouble, of course. But that would just be like to show me how to cut things properly and that sort of thing.
Okay. One last thing. You mentioned $250 for the headboard. I think your prices are too low.
Okay.
The thing I find with business is that you can always put it higher than what you would want to pay for it. You can always lower your prices, but you can never raise them after you put that lower sticker on it. Mm-hmm. So don't sell yourself short. I think you have the possibility, and I like your work. I like the idea. Put a $750 price tag on it.
Yeah.
See how it moves. If it doesn't move, you can lower it to $500, and then $250 would be your bottom line. I mean, these are things like you would have to figure out after a while. If you just put a sticker on it too low, you can risk running yourself. You want to make money. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay.
Kind of on that, though, I think your margins look really great.
Hmm.
So you can, because you're getting the wood for free.
Yep.
You can really compete price-wise with some of the stores. So I don't know. You're an artist, so as your craft gets better, you're going to be able to charge higher and higher prices, and as demand goes up. But you may want to sell those first couple things for like $240 or whatever, because you're going to get tons of word of mouth. You're going to get your beautiful stuff out there, and then your craft is going to improve over time.
Okay.
So I think your prices are pretty good, especially with the margins that you've got there. Yeah.
Might have to compete with my sister for that one. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, we're going to take a short 20-minute break while we set up for the next presentation.
Yes, I'm a small business advisor at TD Canada Trust here in town, so I see lots of different kinds of businesses, ranging in revenue from some that do $10,000 in business a year to about $5 million a year. So I get to see tons of business plans, and I got to say the caliber of the business plans that I've seen so far today are better than a lot of the ones that I see professionally. So you guys have done a great job with your business plans. So I'll tell you a little bit about how I got into small business. I've always been a little bit entrepreneurial. Even though I do work for a bank now, I'm not doing my own thing. I'm kind of just waiting to find the right idea. Unfortunately, the dog crates outside the stores is already taken now. So when I was young, my sister and I grew pumpkins in our garden. And we lived really out in the country, so no one drove by and bought our pumpkins, so we had to get all our relatives to come and use our pumpkin business. So that was my first little taste in entrepreneurism. And then when I was in high school, I didn't feel like working for someone. I worked in a golf course the summer of grade 9, and I hated getting up in the morning. So I decided I was going to buy this bicycle with an ice cream fridge on the front and ride around my neighborhood and sell ice cream. So I did that for the summer, made up my own logo, decided the hours that I went, decided what I was going to charge for all my ice cream, registered, paid taxes, and did that whole thing. So that was my second taste of entrepreneurism. Then in university, I ran a small painting company. So I had 12 employees, and I'm from Muskoka, so it's all camps there. So we did painting of camps. I realized about 3 days in that I absolutely hated painting. I didn't want anything to do with painting at all. So luckily I had my employees do that for me. And kind of a funny story from that. One day I got a call from my painters, and they said, this job that you priced for us, we can't do it in time. There's no way. There's not enough hours in the day to get this done. So I was like, okay, well, I'll see what I can do, and I'll kind of think about it, get back to you with an answer. About an hour later, I get a call from my client saying, Chris, what the heck's going on? Your guys are just swimming all day. They haven't been painting. They're just out there swimming in the lake. So it was a little bit of an awkward conversation to go to my painters and explain to them why they haven't been getting the jobs done, because they actually have to do the work. So entrepreneurism, it's not always easy. That summer I found myself getting up in the morning, 6 o'clock, and going to bed at 10 o'clock, dragging ladders here and there, going to and from the paint store. Probably spent about $5,000 in gas that summer. But it was really rewarding, and that got me to where I am today. I'm not as a business owner now. I may be in the future. But getting that experience when I was in high school and university allowed me to get this bank job that I have now. So it's a super valuable experience. It's not often that a high school student would get to, if you have your own business, you're the HR department, you do all the hiring and firing, you do the payroll, you do the marketing, you do the advertising, you do the production, you do the accounting, you do everything. So that kind of experience for a younger person is super valuable, because you're not going to get hired by another company, and you're not going to do their payroll, you're not going to do their HR. You're just going to do probably the service that they offer. So it's a really great experience if you can get into doing business. So that's pretty much all I have to say about that. But I've really been impressed with the business plan so far. Does anyone have any questions about any of my ventures? Well, my employees, it was really difficult to find the employees for the summer. Because I was working in Muskoka, it's a place that a lot of kids from Toronto want to come up. So I actually bought a camper trailer, put it in a trailer park right near the lake, and that's how I got my employees. I put on Kijiji, live by the lake for the summer. You know, come up here and experience Muskoka. They didn't really realize what they were getting into living in this not very nice trailer. But they ended up working for me for the summer, and they were a great group of guys. If I didn't have them and I didn't have that trailer, I wouldn't have been able to do the business. So it's kind of cool with your own business. If you don't like the way your boss is doing stuff, then you change it because you're the boss. If you get an idea, you can run with it and see if that works. If it doesn't work, you can abandon it, go for something else. But it's nice to be able to make those changes. If you don't think something's working, then it's your opportunity to change it.
Yeah, so that's all I really have to say about that. Thanks.
All right, please welcome our last presenter, Scott Mikas and his business, Native Beadwork.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is my business plan. It's Native Beadworks, and it's supposed to say N repairs, but yeah. I don't know how to work this. Okay, I got it.
That's forward, and if you go too far forward, you can go back.
Okay.
All right?
My name is Scott Mikas. My address is 315 Edward Street. That's where I'll be running my business. And, you can see my contact information right there, my logo. My business focuses on conserving the knowledge that my ancestors passed on to my people. Yeah. My slogan is giving people the warmth and comfort of the traditional clothes they used thousands of years ago. Here's another slide. Next slide. My mission statement is giving people the chance to have the traditional clothes that they had long time ago. Some responsibilities that I'm going to have to take are the responsibility to use the animal hide without wasting it, and putting up posters and ads so that it can advertise my business. Yeah. The organization of my venture. The products I will offer are beaded moccasins, hats, gloves, gauntlets, vests. Yeah. I will own my venture by sole proprietorship. I think working alone is best suited for me. Yeah. And I'll own and operate my own business. My SWOT analysis. My strengths would be experience with others, teaching me the knowledge that I need, and the methods that I need to use to create my product. Weaknesses would be illnesses, sickness, or problems at home or in the business. Opportunities that can be opened would be being the only business in my reserve or in town. My target market would be my competition would be other beadwork businesses. People would want to buy from me instead of other people because my products have better designs, new designs, colorful designs, and stuff like that. And it's also unique because my ancestors passed on the knowledge of these methods of creating the product. My market research is that I gathered the beadwork is that it can take a long time and it can be frustrating, but in the end it's worth it. I learned that beading, you have to be patient and persistent to be a beader because it can get frustrating and you can get mad at your beadwork. So yeah, you have to be patient. Here's my resources and production plan. Consumable resources would be beads, leather, animal hide, and thread. My fixed resources, human resources. My inventory and distribution. I'll keep track of what I buy and where I buy it from by keeping a record book. And I will distribute my product to the public by getting my product to the customer, or the customer coming to get the product. Keeping track of sales, recording the sales would be essential for my business because it can help me predict future problems and stuff like that. Here's my, I totally forgot what this was called. I don't know. Yeah, flowchart. Yeah. These are my market mix. My product is traditional clothes that my native people used to survive on a long time ago. My customers would be able to access my product at my school or either at my business in my reserve. The prices of the commonly sold products or services would be probably $180 to $200 per unit, depending on what you're buying. Advertising my business would be easy because Facebook is a big part of our daily life now, so yeah. And I would also consider using Etsy for advertising my business and promoting higher sales. Here's my financial plan. It's just a summary of what my product costs, what it will cost to create my product. My goals, my short-term goals, my long-term goals, my personal goals. To pay loans, startup costs, earn small amounts of money. Pay off loans, earn more profit, expand. My personal goals would be to make money and support my family. Here's the summary of my startup costs. It's pretty straightforward. Here's my monthly operating costs. Here's my yearly income prediction. My sales are 19,200. My total revenue. I don't know. I don't really want to discuss this. Here's my year one return on investment. My net income is $4,520. My startup cost would be $359. So my return on investment would be $13,570, 0.3%. And that's just for the first year of the opening of my business. These are my cash flow projection. Here's my risk management strategy. Potential risks, slow business, customers don't like the product, another business emerges. And how to overcome them would be have a cash reserve to pay bills and keep the business operational. Advertise new methods of quality and make newer and innovative products. Innovate and invent new clothes pieces to overcome my competitors. Create new designs and stuff that will attract more customers. And here's a chart of duties and stuff. is my code of conduct. Everyone will be treated with respect, and the things we use will be treated with respect. Everything will be treated with dignity. Everyone is equal. No one is greater or lower. This is my. This is what I'm gonna go by if my business succeeds. This is my website plan. My website would advertise my product, and we'll do a transaction from internet so that people who from places where I can't reach will be able to access my product. My website will also advertise my community, so that it will attract customers and boost my community's economy. My product has a great demand in Europe, and this could be a potential goal in the future. I've done research, asked around, and people commented that people in Europe have a high demand for native beadwork of North America. Websites like Latitude Imports, Co-UK specialize in importing North American native crafts to Europe. So that would be a thing I would use. And here's a little bit of history behind my product. My ancestors basically survived on moose, deer, beaver, muskrat, rabbit, fox, and other fur-bearing animals for food and clothing. They used everything they made. They didn't waste nothing. Everything on the animal was used. My late grandfather taught me how to hunt at a very young age. He took me on hunting trips to his traplands every summer and fall. My grandmother holds the knowledge to creating the new designs and to tan the hides and stuff like that. I'm hoping to learn this knowledge from her in the future as an advantage for my business success. Now here's a slide about my grandmother. My late great-grandmother used moose, deer, hides to make moccasins, mucklucks, mittens, and hats. She tanned the hides herself after each hunt my great-grandfather would bring. Other animals would be used as well. She would make her own dye from animals to make colorful designs. Beads were not available, so they used berries and plants for colorful designs. My grandmother passed on the knowledge needed to tan and prepare moose and deer hides. Her name is Adelaide Mikas. She's almost 80 years old. Here's a slide on how I'm gonna advertise my product on Facebook and other resources that I can use. I can advertise my product on Facebook, announce on radio stations and stuff like that, post up pictures on Facebook so that people will see my product, have someone announce the selling of my product over the radio. Thank you.
So judges, do you have some questions?
Bonjour, Anine. Catherine Banning, Nindishtakaz. As a band member with Fort William First Nation, I'd like to welcome you to my traditional homeland.
Good.
Sorry, your story is very profound to me. My grandfather was a hunter too. When I was a child, I was afraid to go in his house because there was always dead animals hanging everywhere and there was hides stretched out everywhere. So you're really striking a chord with me. some of the comments that I want to make more to the crowd and to you as well is the quality of the products. And when you're looking at your competition and the knockoffs that are out there, the pretend Aboriginal works and clothing that are out there that come from China and stuff like that, you really have to focus your marketing efforts on making sure that you elaborate on the quality. My first pair of mitts that my aunt made for me, I still have, I still wear. They are 36 years old. The only thing that's missing off of them is the rabbit fur. My mucklucks are about 35 years old, and I still wear them, and nothing's missing off of them. Your comment about the beadwork, it's definitely, you know, a lot of people think that the price of Aboriginal clothing is fairly expensive. You can't put a price on the stuff that you've been learning and the time it takes. The beadwork, myself, I learned how to do it. It gets worse when you get older and you need bifocals. It's really tedious, but I applaud you for embracing your culture, our culture. I hope you continue to do it. I did have a question, a business question, but I really did want to say miigwech for what you're doing. I want to say miigwech for the story that you told us about your grandparents and how you came to be. The question that I have that's business related then relates to the costs of your hide. You had a cost in your startup of $200. Does that include the harvesting of the hide, or do you pay a supplier $200 for that hide?
We usually pay the supplier, or we can go get it ourselves.
Okay, so that $200 that you had in your startup cost, was that to buy it off of a supplier?
Yeah.
Yeah? And out of that hide for $200, how many products can you make?
I would say about 4 pairs, 2 pairs, 4 to 2 pairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Miigwech.
Any more questions?
Thank you so much. I mean, when I was reading through the business plans, yours just looks so different, and I was actually really excited to meet you. I myself bought a pair of moccasins years ago and absolutely loved them. I got them from Eagly Sheep Farm. I wore them for 5 years, the best investment I ever made. They were unfortunately stolen, but those moccasins, I still think about them all the time. I mean, it's cold up here, and I think I think you have a great skeleton to a good business. And I like that you relate it back to your community and wanting to help. Some of the comments I have, who else makes traditional outerwear? I mean, you don't necessarily have to answer the question now, but it's something you want to think about. Who's making the knockoffs? How do you differentiate yourself between the mass production, anybody can kind of get whatever they want, versus your custom work? I think in terms of keeping your advertising costs low, Etsy would be great. I would not do radio for you. If you do go radio, though, use your own voice. As a business person myself, I find that using your own voice on the radio, because it's you're the only one that has the passion for your own business. Having said that, I think your route would be best to go on YouTube. Make a video of yourself. You're tall, you're handsome, you're charming. I think if people see that you're the one harvesting, whether or not there's a short clip of you buying the material from your supplier, and then you making the boots or the moccasins or the gloves or whatnot, you doing the beading, and you putting that on YouTube, because when people like me are looking for the replacement mucklucks, I'm going to be searching, where can I buy mucklucks? And then I see this handsome guy come up on YouTube, and then I contact you, can you make me custom mucklucks? The next point I want to get to is I think you are undervaluing your work. As much as it's hard to put a price on artisan work, and I know my shop is just down the street from Victoriaville Mall, and which hosts Aboriginal artists. Every now and then I'll go into the mall and there'll be people selling mucklucks and whatnot. And I think their stuff is undervalued. How you price your things, take into account how many packages of beads it takes you. Like, for example, these moccasins here, how much would you sell these for?
Roughly 200, 180.
Okay, so $180. How long does it take you to do the beadwork?
4 or 5 days, tops.
4 or 5, how many hours would you say?
A day.
A day, so could we
Probably-
say like 16 hours maybe total to make this?
Yeah.
So if you take $200 that you sell them for, that your upper end, you divide it by how many hours? It doesn't even equal minimum wage. Do you see where I'm getting at?
Yeah.
So you take all of your costs to make this, the money you take to make to do the hide, whether it's hours or dollar value, you give yourself what you think you're worth per hour, whether it's take a good look. Say you want $20 an hour for your work. $20 an hour plus all the costs that you take to make this, use that as your baseline cost. And I think you'll see a better return for your investment. You don't want to be pricing too low, because then you have me and all my friends knocking down your door trying to get inexpensive moccasins that are quality made. You want to price yourself high enough. Do you know what I mean? Like, take how many hours it takes to make these. And it'll come over time. Did you do this beadwork too?
Yeah.
And you made the vest? Okay. Do you do custom work if I call you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I send you a picture of something, you can... All right. That's all I
Sure.
have. You might have a sale, so
Yeah.
we'll chat.
Thanks for coming so far to present to us your presentation. First question I have for you, on the labor, I think you had a cost of about $460. Is that your labor, or would that be hired someone else?
That would be my labor. That would be,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I know you said that your great-grandmother would teach you about the tanning, but do you need any equipment for that process, or are there any chemicals or anything?
No.
No? Okay, so you just, okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, just bones. Yeah, bones. Yeah. Yeah.
So you take the bones and what?
And you it's too gruesome.
People who don't. And because you're at a good age to learn both languages almost, you can speak the traditional language of your people, and you could also relate to the technological people. If you put those together, I think it'll set you apart from the knockoffs, from the other artisans. I think you can raise yourself up even a level by incorporating the use of video, because you're in a, where are you from anyway?
Sunny Lake First Nation.
Okay, so it's fairly remote.
Yeah.
But you can reach people through your video, and that's how you'll get the sales.
All right.
I think
That makes sense.
that she raised one really good point. I attend the I'm not sure if we want to call it like a market day that they have or a market week that they have in Victoriaville,
Yeah.
but there's huge sales that go on in Victoriaville for the,
Yeah, I've heard about
it's
that.
almost like a farmer's market, but for Aboriginal artisans. So you really have to make sure that you incorporate those into your business plan, because for you coming from Sandy Lake, you'll have extraordinary travel costs as opposed to someone coming from Fort William First Nation to do it. So you have to make sure that you factor those in and price yourself appropriately. And I think the real strength to me from my own personal history with my clothing, with my traditional clothing, is you really have to stress the quality and the longevity of the product. The knockoffs will fall apart in in weeks. The beads will come apart in weeks. It won't have the environmental impact that a traditional hunter like yourself or your family members, by using the whole product and the process of throwing the hides in the lake when it's really cold and letting them sit there so that it gets cleaned off and things like that. So I think you really have to make sure that you focus a lot of that on the true traditionality of your product and the quality that it's going to bring.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that was our last presenter. So we're going to take a short break to allow the judges to deliberate, and we'll get back to you shortly. right, the judges have made their decisions. I would like to invite John Wynn from Gear Up from Outdoors to announce the winners. I defer the floor to you. Please. That's the laundry service, Michelle Chen and Kyra Bloomfield.
That's when you really get to know somebody, what kind of business, what makes you fulfilled inside is your business. So
Third, rent a dress. Megan McGuire.
seriously do the math. Out of 7,000 kids in the city, you're the top 5. Thumbs up.
And it was a really difficult decision. We had a lot of arguing in the room over there. We all had our personal favorites, and it was really tough. So you guys are definitely all big winners.
This is just some general overall comments from my 27 years of banking and commercial financing experience. I just want to let you know that it's really important to do your research. I think that many people go into business and they don't plan enough. You can never underplan for starting a business, so keep up the good work with the business plans that you do have. Many of you had better business plans than I've seen in my 27 years coming out of adults, so hats off to you for all the work that you did, and whoever your mentors were that helped you guide you through the business plans. I wanted to let you know that there's, in my experience in business, there's 3 components to the business. One component is the sales, so that's the person that's the sales. Then you also have the business part. So that's the person that deals with the finance and keeping your books. Hugely important to bankers, hugely important to your own lifestyle and everything like that. There's not many people that can do all 3 of those components successfully. Most of the time you can master 2 of those components. The third one you won't be able to master, and whatever that third component is for you. So reach out to help. You know, you'll have to get advice from lawyers possibly, from accountants, from bankers, from your parents, from your customers. Don't be afraid to reach out for help. And just another little point is that in the planning portion of your business, when I was being trained for commercial financing, my potential customers were put into 2 buckets for me. One of the buckets was what we classed as tourists. The other bucket was what we classed as lovers. The tourist is the person that wakes up one morning and decides they want to start a business, and they just go whole hog and they open up this business. The lover is the person that plans for a long time in advance that they want to start a business. They eat, breathe, and sleep that business, and they will do anything to make that business work. From a banker's perspective, from a business person's perspective, that's the kind of person that we want to work with and deal with. So I encourage you to all go out there and be lovers.
John?
Thank you very much. This is our fifth, and I think I'm a lover. It's been 28 years with my wife, and we're still eat, live, and breathe our business every day. And I guess I've been up since 4 this morning, going over emails and keeping things up to date. And the banks do love us there, so. This is our 5th year with Thunder Bay Ventures doing the Enter the Den, and every year I come, and every year I'm totally amazed. And the caliber of the youth today is exceptional. And the old adage, the entrepreneurial spirit is alive and well in Thunder Bay, and everybody here can prove that. So congratulations to everybody. And as you're all sitting here, as you're only people here in the confines of this gymnasium, there are many times when it's slow and quiet, but it's reflective, and you can learn a lot, and stick with it. It is hard work, but the reward at the end of the road is truly amazing. So we have the 5 winners, and you all are winners, but unfortunately they have to go from 5 to 1. So I was able to see 3 of the presentations, and I was able to meet Scott just at the end here. So Scott, you're number 5, and with Native Beadworks, and truly an amazing gentleman you are. And I'm sure with mentoring, there's a lot of people sitting at that table there would certainly be glad to help you out. I'm feeling a little emotional, but it's good to see. And congratulations. So if you want to come up. Come on up, Scott. And so the 5th prize is a $200, I believe is a $100 gift certificate from Gear Up for Outdoors, and congratulations, Scott. The 4th place is a dual. Unfortunately, I was not able to see this presentation. Was Michelle, Chen, and Kyra Bloomfield with Wash, Fold, Deliver Laundry. And we have a $200 gift certificate from Gear Up for Outdoors, so you two will have to split that. Okay, we're into the top 3. And the 3rd place is Megan McGuire from Rent a Dress. Come on up, Megan. And what is the third place? There you go.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, probably just down here is fine. Is there's a certificate for the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place that we'll give at the end? Is that correct, Barb? Okay. I can't remember the denominations of the prizing there, so I apologize. The 2nd place winner is Caitlin Kotanen from Eco Custom Furniture. Great presentation. And the 1st prize winner is Ellisa Field from Pet Parking. I wish I'd seen this. This sounds like a great idea. Fabulous. So that concludes the presentation. Again, on behalf of the board of Thunder Bay Ventures, Chris is on our board here, and the others, we certainly enjoy this yearly event, and hopefully next year we'll see some of you back again. Philip, one of our judges, he was in this, I think, for 2 years, and it's amazing to see the youth and of actually maybe using some of his business skills in my business to do some apps. So, and we wish you the best of luck in your continuing education there, Philip. Thank you again.